Hopefully we can finish this. Oh, alright. Bye-bye, OBS. And reload. We were in the middle of the sleepover last time, and I got tired, and I wanted to do my own sleep over on my bed. I forgot to private my phone. Hold a minute. I don't need notifications. Go away. Did it send to me my own notification for streaming? That's weird. Okay. I follow myself. Alright. Cove had become pretty excited talking about the nightly ritual with he and his dad shared, and seemed to realize how animated he was and especially quietly. Aw, baby. But I don't want to do that here.
Aww.
Aw, how fun. Though I think you're right, it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be the softest landing. If there's anything else, you can ask me or Sophia's other mom. But I'm the nicer one, just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked to you. Good night. Sleep tight. And don't let the bed bugs bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was just you and Cove now. You hardly knew what to do with yourself. Cove? Yeah? I'm glad we met. Cove was silent for a few moments before you heard his voice again, through the darkness. Me too. Aww. How nice of the game to give me a pause for my cough. And might as well take a drink. I switched to a lighter thing of water, but I kept my bigger one for refills. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of the lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? What was that? Could you be less loud? Wow. Could you be quieter, please? Stop that. Oh, who is saying this to this child? No. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifts or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark. But you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Totally understandable. Hi, Angel. How are you? Cove wants to go home. What a mood. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the light level, so you could see him better. Pretty good. I just realized how long I had my cough for, and I'm like, why? I had it for like a little less than 15 days, and I'm like, can this thing go away already? He had gotten out of the sleeping bag and waddled towards your side table, pulled open the top drawer. What is it? Jeez, I know! I'm kind of blaming work because I have to talk so often. Of course, I'm blaming my entire life at this point. I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too. Hi, TG. Watched as he reached inside. He paused for a second and then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hand, trying to figure out without proper orientation for it. You knew, even without reading the title, which one it was. It was the one your moms would read you. It was special. Be careful, that's mine! I thought you were looking for your glasses. What are you doing with that? You could be the rudest little bitch in this. I was just like, what the fuck? Thought you were looking for your glasses. I was. Then I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning. Your confusion forgotten. It is really cool.
Oh?
Yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but I love the main character because the squire is really brave and funny. It has cool pictures and some of them even take up the whole page. Mommy reads it to me and she uses different voices for every character. It has a dragon and crazy things happen. I missed that one. There's this one where the squire and the dragon meet and they're fighting, so the poses are awesome, and the dragon's breathing fire. Cove looks excited by your words. Flip the book over and focus on the backside summary. His interest in it was only spurring your own. You were reminded of the hours you spent hearing of the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and the pictures inside. You glanced outside the window and the moon was high in the sky. It was definitely time when you were supposed to sleep, but you couldn't say it. You wanted to read the book with Cove. Yeah, let's read it. You climbed out of bed and padded over your side table and you opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. I hate the smell of crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. Jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Ah yes, running up the basement stairs when you turned off the... Whooped a snoot! Whooped my snoot! Do I even have a nose? punches a hole through my face. Hello, Grim. How are you? True. Hi, Kalo. How are you doing? Oof. Hello, Angle. Angle. You're a cute Angle. I'm hoping my cold goes away because the medicine my mom keeps giving me is like making me loopy. Which, half the reason I don't even realize it until like I start trying to do something and I'm like, oh. So forget my reading. Oof. Oof. That sucks. Yikes. Hey, it's gotten a lot better because I read with Trash and Caro for so long. Yeah, I read that. Ooh. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it up over your head. It's gonna be 4 hours overtime, 3 days. Oh. You can't tell, but I'm like frowning so hard right now. Oof. I hate working. Yikes. I know, I love him so much. Hopefully you'll be able to see him as a teen if I read through. What? Come on, check it out. Bring the book too. It's the little one. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it, and then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your hand, feeling for the switch. I feel like the cat that got blinded. Excited. You trying to make an egg pun? With a click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand to shield him from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. Look at this boy. You tilt the flashlight so it's shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave, away from Cove's sensitive eyes. That's how I write it down. Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read. My moms won't know. I do this all the time, or I've never tried something like this. There's so much I know. It's just my entire screen. All the purple. Ooh, water. I kinda like, never tried. Yeah, I think I was gonna... But you couldn't sleep, and you looked like you wanted to read this, so I thought it could be fun. Make him feel special. Do you want to try? Cove nodded. Pleased by his straightforward response, you placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid on his belly, shifting closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the page. His face was illuminated by the warmth glow. Oh. Purple squawk. Just make sure you get the good rest room. You don't want to burn yourself out. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your forehead's nearly brushed. Oh yeah, no problem. I woke up at 6 this morning since my dogs decided, hey, good morning. Can we go out? And I'm like, what? Nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You thought it was best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages, showing Cove the cool pictures. Not sleeping is easy for me. I woke up Tim. Okay. Narrate the story. I'm already doing it now. You loved it when Mommy read to you. Why not read it as loud as you dared at this time of the night? You didn't even need to study the pages for long. There once was a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cope was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which has given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Oh, the little smile. Soon you got to the exciting part, the Squire and the Dragon's first meeting. The Squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword in one hand and a torch in another. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Okay, I need to do something with my chat box. Hi, Caro! How are you? I can't read my chat box. It might be time for me to get chat box. Pretty. Ooh, pizza. I had bread on top for dinner. Here's Kara. With the pink, ruining up the purple squad. Yeah, she's pink on one screen and then she's green on another. I'm yellow on my It's because you haven't, you can have a set color if you want, Caro. If you go to your chat settings, you can select any color that they have there. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? Yeah, if you can do that. Yeah, that's why I kind of mentioned before that I was like, you should be green. But yeah, that's what happens when you don't set a color. It just randomizes and changes. Internet, are you good? No, if you don't set one, it just randomly just picks one. Yeah, I only found that out in another streamer's chat. Yeah, I noticed that you uploaded new. No, it's... My head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. It's okay, it's fun anyway. I thought Carl was being spontaneous. But Carl... Let me try, just... Super boomer. We joke about this all the time that Carl is a boomer. She old. I can just imagine Carl just saying, "Hey!" That's not a secret, Angel. Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually he nodded to himself and spoke out loud. Secret? Car's mom called me a shrimp today. By the way, is a known fact. Oh my gosh, I thought you were talking about Carlo's actual mom for a moment, and I was like, lol, why? Oh, my brain. He's sleeping. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who enters my cave? Yeah, I was just like, Grim, how does Carl's mom know? I don't know. It was your turn. You went into the squire's famous speech, and the next time you looked from the page, your gaze landed on Cove's. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of hair fell into his field of vision. But he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You were startled when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. Everything just calm and wondered. Gosh. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow. Your pajamas were stuck to you and your mouth was dry. Lily, why is Ko so cute? I want to play this.
Well, if that's the case, it was rather foolish for you to venture here, wouldn't you say?
Thank you for the host, Caro. I see all the cringe. Oh my gosh, you should see. You're gonna see him as a teen, and it's fucking beautiful. We're gonna mute the tab and lurk. Good night. Oh. You host it. Have a good night, Grim. I wish you all the sleep. I seen screenshots and I'm like, wait until you see the story of this.
Well, if that's the case, it was rather
I'm
foolish
assuming
for
that's
you to venture
Grim.
here, wouldn't
Yep.
you say?
Thank you, Grim. Oh.
Well, if that's the case, it was rather foolish for you to venture here,
You
wouldn't
sleep
you say?
too? It's only 8. Calm down, it's still a normal time, and I know I need sleep, but I was waiting.
Well, if that's the case, it was rather foolish for you to venture here, wouldn't you say?
Thank you guys for all the hosts. I know, Wolfie. I will. Alright, slowly you raised yourself to your elbows. You yawned and the back of your throat twinged as you did so. You rolled to your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. Mom, I threw up. You froze.
Well, if that's the case, it was rather foolish for you to venture here, wouldn't you say?
Also me. Thank you for the host. Gotta get you to the recommended. I kind of figured from the sage. 2 minutes. Okay. You froze, and then you remembered you were alone in your room tonight. Ko, is that you?
Yeah.
You shifted and felt something circumferential pressed against your thigh. You fumbled with it, familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm, and you turned it on. Kayla, we're 8. Calm down. But, Kayla, there is a plus 18 DLC. Yes. It is on their Patreon. Downloading. Alright, gonna look now. Alright. Night Grim. I wish you the best at work, and hopefully you can get through it with no problem. Press. I I haven't put any bots in my chat. I might have. Actually, I don't know. I can't remember. Of course! And I'm only at him as a, like, Siri bot. I don't know Siri bots in my chat. Oh well. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. I'm assuming that was Siri bot. Double lurk and well, the nice thing is I did use that the one site that blocks all the bots, known bots. So that one took forever. No, he was in pajamas. His pajama pants were left on the floor abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? I can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You helped your mom redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed in my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything you've done. Cove just couldn't sleep in a new place. You wondered how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. I shall be here. Alright. Yep. I really need to put my lurk command in. What? That shook off the last of your drowsiness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house, this time of the night, all by himself. He noted your shocked response and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in. I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. Well, if you have to, then you don't have to. I'll come with you, or I should tell my moms. Yeah. I think I did this one where I just went with him. I should tell my moms. Yeah. It's funny because my brother used to do this pretty often. Not leave, but go to a house for a sleepover and be like, hey, can you pick me up? To my mom in the middle of the night, and she's like, yeah, I guess. I did it once before. We weren't sleeping yet, but we were getting to the thing, and I was just like, nah, I don't want to. No, I don't want you to. I'll just leave. My dad can call them in the morning. You knew you couldn't just let him go, but something inside you was saying that it wouldn't be right thing to do. It's too late for you to go outside on your own. It will be bad. Cove grumbled quietly, though stayed put. No, it is... Easy peasy. Yeah. Look at the little angry belly. Okay, you can tell them. I'll wait. Yeah, no. The last time I did this, I just went with them. I didn't tell the parent. Pretty much what happens is that you walk over, the dad answers, and he's like, let's go tell your moms. Almost like I walked him home. I'll wait. Good. And you creeped into their room. All I can imagine them is just like standing there and like As like, it'd be like, Mom, I threw up. I did that to my mom this year. I got really sick and I was like walked over. I think it was the after effects of, not like throw up, but the after effects of the COVID shot. I like walked over to her at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, Mom, I need medicine. Because I got all of like pretty much the symptoms and it was just bad. And I was like, I had the chills and I'm like nauseous. I was just like, please help me. My mom's like a walking pharmacy because of her condition. She has so many medicines. When you creeped into the room, Mom was still up reading in bed, bonus, while Mommy was already fallen asleep. When Mom woke Mommy up, they were both surprised to hear Cove wanted to leave. The two of them followed you back to the room to see him.
Sweetie.
Look at the fluffy hood! Cove, are you alright, sweetie? Is there anything we can do to help? Mommy sounded tired after having just woken up, but she smiled at Cove kindly. Cove shook his head firmly and not meeting anyone's eyes as he did so. I just want to go home. We're sorry that you don't feel comfortable staying. How about you come downstairs with us and we'll call your dad to get you? Cove headed towards the door and he stopped halfway there and turned back to you. He's that kind of child. Yeah. It's cute, yeah. Bye, Sophia. I'm sorry. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Cove. You watched as he shuffled past your mom's and out the room. Mom turned to you before leaving. Alright, off to sleep, kiddo. We'll make sure Cove is taken care of. Good night again. Good night, Sophia. You listened to the sound of their footsteps on the steps as you huddled back down in bed, pulling your blanket up around your shoulders. You were sad that Cove wanted to leave. Next time the two of you had a sleepover, you would make sure to find a way to make him feel more comfortable. You hoped that there would be a next time at least. Eventually your eyes started to get heavy. With a loud yawn, you finally get comfortable in your bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning you were woken by a sound of Mom's voice, a soft shake of your shoulder. Sophia, wake up. It's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Mom sat down on the bed next to you. You blinked at her for a moment, confused. I just thought of the times where my mom will just crawl into my bed as like I'll be sitting like doing something on the computer and she would just take naps and I'm just like, okay. You blinked for a moment at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground. Remembered what happened during the night. Mr. Holton came over to pick up Cove and take him home. I didn't miss one, did I? No. You should have seen his hair when he turned up, half asleep, even messier than Mommy's in the morning. She chuckled at the thought, and you could tell she was trying to make you feel better about the whole situation. So you smiled back at her.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know that Cove wasn't feeling good, Sophia. That was a nice thing to do. You nodded in agreement, and Mom went to say that maybe once Cove starts feeling more comfortable, You could try and sleep over again sometime. You smiled, hoping the time would come sooner rather than later. Next time you saw Cove and Mr. Holden, they both apologized for Cove having to leave so suddenly. You assured them that it was okay. In the end, the two of you and your parents would eventually be able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience according to the dogs. You could accept that there were definitely things you've learned from it. Alright, here's the last one. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. I hated reading as a kid. I would just make up my own stories based off the titles of the books, and I would just tell them to my one friend. I feel like it was the 4th grade when I finally started to pick up reading, and I would read super fast. Now I read slow. Well, I say slow because I've seen Caro read, and it's just mashing of buttons as they flip through something, and I'm just like, holy cow, how? Practice. I kind of want to enjoy the art. She's just like boom, 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 and I'm just like, my puppy finally started. Aww, Wolfie was crying so hard when we took him to get his nails clipped today. And then Oatmeal was invited not to come back because she thrashes so often when she gets her nails clipped. So they were like, it's safer for us and her if you just take her to the vet to get her nails done. And I'm like, oof. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes, of course. Ooh. Thank you. Toasty saw Big Mama Zombie leave the house, so he freaked out. Oh. My mom brought me hot chocolate. Oh, 1 minute. Ooh, wrong thing. How do I get out of this? No, cancel. Oh shoot, I can't tell what this says. Pink blanket. Beverage. It says beverage something. It says boba. Ignore that, I'm gonna get weird. Great. I've done something. Fucking obvious. Okay. I actually need OBS to pop back up. How the fuck do you guys do this? Jesus. Okay. Cool. Is that a Christmas mug? Yes, I got hot chocolate. And to be honest, it isn't a Christmas mug. And my mom gave me a cotton candy. It's a second stream. Even a cheap one, I know. Okay. Oop. Oh well. I'm just gonna have this for the rest of the stream. When it came to what you thought the having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library and compete with Lizzie. You loved it? You didn't care? You hated it? Just now, I like books. My cheap TV is my second one. I guess, but then I would have to figure out how to hook everything up, and I'm just like, oh. Yummy hot chocolate. Just an HDMI cord. See, the thing is, I don't know where my HDMI cords went. I had two. Like, I had the one for the Switch. My brother borrowed it, and I have no idea where it went. And I'm just like, excuse me. And then I don't know where the other one went. I was like, what the fuck? Each time, it's been one of the highlights of your summer. Getting to hang out with Lizzie, Shiloh, and learn new stuff was a lot of fun, even if Lizzie was super intense about it. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad was over the moon about Cove being included, that he is driven all four of you. You've never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seems a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holton gave you all a wide wave with his arm that had a stingray on it. Have fun, kids! Stay inside with the librarians, you hear. I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
Though I'm sure you won't get in the way. Heck, I probably hold you kids back. There you go, Kara. The full glory of him. Called dibs on the cup. Be a great step. Even the developers, or like someone made a joke about them proposing like a bunch of characters, and they put Cove's dad, and the developers were like, sorry, no, can't marry the dad. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant as only a joke. Cove's dad seemed to deflate a bit. Actually, there's going to be some characters from this game going to be in the second game. And the second game has a lot more like different pronoun options. So it's like and options for like the customized characters. So I'm really excited to see what that one turns out to be like. I'm just gonna put my mug over there. I'll swing around again when the shindig ends. Yeah, you go home now.
Aww.
Yeah. You don't have to throw me out the door, Your sister was already in full competitive mode, cutting him off. For once, Cove looked grateful that she was there.
Come on!
We have to go find a table, Mr. Holton. You can talk to Cove after when we win. Okay. I'll see you in an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advancing age is catching up to me now. What a mood.
Bye.
Dad. Bye, son. Oh, look at the little Shiloh. I can't remember if Lizzie's actually supposed to be Filipino. I don't know. We'll figure that one out when that time comes. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove once more.
Bye!
Bye, Mr. Holton. Thanks for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove's. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go off somewhere by yourself. Cove's level of unimpressed stares at both of them, and then his eyes met yours.
Hey!
Why are you looking at her? Sophia is with us. Oh. I'm trying to marry this boy. Sophia, do you want to come with me? Cove's idea is more fun. I'll stick with Lizzie. I'd rather go exploring. Or the quiz sounds better. I would go over to Cove. Or stay next to Lizzie. Let's go over to Cove. You walk over to Cove, averting your eyes from Lizzie.
Seriously?
Oh shit, I missed something.
Seriously?
Oh,
Seriously?
sorry. Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. He knew this was one of the things you like doing with your family, but you choose you'd chosen time with him anyway. Fine, let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. I'm gonna quickly run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Did it look angry? But I'm back. That's how Lizzie... Oh, wow. I was speaking Lizzie's voice. It looks so cute. That's how Lizzie is. I don't like it. Oof. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and go seek. Yes, hide and go seek is my favorite game. We still play it with my family around Christmas and like the big family kind of get-togethers. Since you've been here a lot before, we can play hide and seek. Hide and seek, not exploring? Yep. If I'm searching for you, you're searching for me, we'll have to look at everything. You weren't entirely sure how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll lie first. Did I? Yeah, okay. Decisions made, Cove took off towards the back of the library. You were already agreed to play with them instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over towards the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was... I don't even know. Can't even remember where he used to hide, so. Fairy tale? Near the older kids section, there was a display of a bunch of fancy-looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section, a hand rested on the glass above the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books, where you peered into a tiny corner. There was Cove, seamlessly lost in thought. Ooh. Gotcha! Huh. I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. I'm like a bloodhound. Cove laughed as a smile took over his face. You kinda are.
Okay.
Your turn. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind his palms, you went to go hide. Under a giant piece of fruit. Nobody had any idea why there was a giant peach sitting in the corner. It had something to do with about a book about a kid named James. Lizzie had said once, but you never read it. The huge sculpture was mostly just to take up a lot of space, but you could wedge yourself in next to it and hide carefully. Sure enough, it took a little while for Cove to find you. Long enough that you'd gotten tired of sitting hunched up. You won this round and were ready to come out. Cove smiled as you stepped out into the open. He was glad for the resolution. James and the Giant Peach reference, yeah. Good hiding spot. I was about to start looking outside. Thanks, I'm pretty good at this. You grinned back as you brushed the debris off your clothes. Nobody had cleaned back there in a long time.
Alright.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can pick a hiding spot. Hiding spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. When time was up, he was long gone again. There was still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was in the old Christmas stuff, next to the Kid Detective poster, behind the Willy Wonka statue. Why do you have Willy Wonka statues? I don't know. Let's try this. You must be next to all the Willy Wonka statues, you thought. And you were right. I was. Cove was standing there looking at them. You must have missed him in the crowd at first sight. But he wasn't really hiding at all. Oh, hey. These are creepy. The statues were made of brass. Lizzie had told you once. Apparently they were all the kids that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie Bucket, Augustus Glump, Veronica Salt. I was gonna hide there, but they're too weird. Let's keep playing. I need to do good in at least one round. He put his hands over his eyes. Before you could run off again, a librarian approached you two. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me you were waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth open like he was going to say something, and then glanced down at his speed cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You must be Sophia, right? You nodded. I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him. And the little guy with the freckles. Come on, let's get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him. Oh, it was him. Oh. Up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh's just excluded, we're all waiting.
Hey!
There you are. He was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room that, and it was only that more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? Are you winning, son? Probably not. We came in second. Hey, gang. I thought you had been with him the whole time. Cove. I'm glad you didn't go off by yourself, at least. Cove glanced over at you and then back up at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove is trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in Victor-to-be mode, even for something like a race to ride the front seat. There was nothing else for the three to do except head after them, pretending that the librarians had not noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious at claiming the window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional thought that she was not forgiving your betrayal. Oof. She can suck it up. Cove hadn't been pleased about how he had to sit in the middle, but his mood lifted as soon as you sat next to him. Where's Shiloh? Did we throw Shiloh, the smallest one, in the front seat? Did you say you came in second place? That was some good going.
No.
No, it's not.
Sure.
Shut up. She livid? Another glance at you over her shoulder.
Sure.
Striving to improve is good too? That makes Sophia the winner in your family. Oh, dude. That's me.
What?
Sophia kept finding me in our game. I lost. We need a rematch. Hide and seek with just you two. Does that even count as winning?
Why?
Not. It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You wanted the seat that she fought so hard to win that wasn't much of a prize either. Dad. Yes. Should've just said son. You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holton focused intently on the road ahead as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him.
Right.
The big thing on the flyer for this was a chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is Mom even gonna let you take pizza from Mr. Holton? We'll see. I'll ask her later. I'll talk to all your moms about this. Thanks, Cove's dad.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Holton. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. Parenting! Parenting! But you really should have stuck with the group. Oh, here we go. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. Hi, Cove. I'm Dad. No, come on. There it is. I was worried that Sophia's parents, I wouldn't want her to run off unexpected either. Okay, son?
Okay.
That's my boy. Now, enough gruff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Ew. Sounds good. Why? Why pepperoni? No! Anything else? As the conversation continued from there, the debates on what the best to put on the pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holton wanted anchovies, and all three of the kids in the car had to band together and explain how gross they were, and the way Co's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. You had a fun day already, but it was closing it. Caro, I see you. More time to hang out with Cove, making it even sweeter. It was a shame that you hadn't been able to do the quiz, but skipped it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it. I just installed it. Guys, we have finally done it. We have done all the moments. Are we ready for summer to end? Are you guys ready for teenage Cove? Justin saw. Yeah, that's what there was this little notification that popped down in the top of my screen. It was Caro getting on it. But yeah, here we go. And then summer ended. Oh. Especially when you don't tell them about the money, but you tell them in the teenage. Are you sure? Yes. You have to finish up this part, and then we get teenage. I never get tired of that view. You stood beside your mom's, Lizzie and Cove, as the five of you watch the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we're so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? Your mom called Mom. Nice.
Duh.
'Cause I know, that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You look over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You are aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, you can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that another day. Please, can we play just a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It's almost over. Put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you already plan to go home. Please. Mom looked down at you with a sigh. You clasped your hands together, giving your plead some extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. You immediately nodded in agreement with the clever offer, shifted closer to Lizzie since your parents can't possibly resist the power of you two combined.
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot on the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that it would add something to the argument. Well...
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew you were very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove, nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a nonchalant shrug. Non-committal shrug? To your mom, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I still could get a seashell bracelet at Tinya and trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground, or fireflies probably will be coming out. Right. Do I get a say in this? You silently make your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. Imagine if I did all of that pleading just to go home. Do I get a say in this? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes like she was very serious, contemplating the answer to that question. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction of your mom had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots of plans if I want to make the most out of tomorrow. Okay. You thought this over. Looking off towards the water again, Lizzie didn't wait. Before long, she disappeared off down the road. Are you going home too, Sophia? Cove leaned towards the beach, and you could tell he wanted to stay a bit longer. You follow Lizzie or stay with Cove? Stay with Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picked something up, and you quickly identified as a smooth rock. Darn, that was doing so good. He reared his arm back and then tossed it into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss. It was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock, fell back down almost right after he tossed it. Nah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm looking for my own rock. I can't skip rocks. I never got it. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw to. You found a shell that would suit your purpose, and a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet sound thunk a few feet away, slipping down into the water. You looked over at Cove, and he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove looked down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I have to wear this cast for ages, and I can't even swim. So, when do you get it off, or should we ask how you got it? How? How did you get it? I was jet skiing. Really? That's not fair. Cool. Your eyes widen. You beamed at him. You'd never gone jet skiing, and you've seen others do it all the time from the shore. It looked impressive. Cove looked a little taken back by your outburst, and after a second, he gave a little small nod. Oh, look at the blushy boy. You thought you could spot his cheeks turning a bit pink. He turned away before you could be sure, though. And then he continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, so this is the result. It's hard to believe you were allowed to jet ski. Well, I'm not. Oh. Radical dude, gnarly! You're just making me think of Surfer Dude. From, like, the frat party. And he was trying to wake up Kalo, and he just kept screaming, Señorita, Señorita. He looked like a typical surfer dude. That's how I described him to my family. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him, nodding in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think that it'll be the same school you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. That's great. We can sit together during lunch. You've only ever been to one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, you did have to make new friends, meet new teachers, and it could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head and then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
The sudden sadness cut you off guard. You were so excited that Cove was going to your school. It made you feel bad that he was so upset about it. Well, I can walk you back with you. Cove shook his head at the offer. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one where he would bring up whenever he felt sad. The sad. It's been a while since he moved in. But he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down in the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. I don't know. I don't know if I want to stick with this option. It's a really nice home if you give it a chance. Cove didn't respond to that. He just tightened his arms around his knees, resting his chin upon them. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around. The question was a little surprising. Of course. Or, I don't know. Of course, bitch. I'm here. Your parents would have mentioned if you're going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we can go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled, looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. That I feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove and saw anger ahead slip off of his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe it would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you have never met before. Things changing is hard. You held his hand. I can. I'll make sure you do. You're not quite sure what to say, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you was the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watch Cove's eyes get a little misty once more, you got a feeling that they were different tears from the ones before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf, go exploring, and everything will feel like it's supposed to be again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this new place as his home. You definitely tried to help in the ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't seen yet. Lost in thought, you were startled by a bit when you heard a familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder and realized it was probably time for dinner. You were reluctant to move, having enjoyed sitting together, but you were hungry. You stood up, dusted off the sand off yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned one with his own. Sophia, thanks.
Thanks.
It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your little own world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Wait until you see him as a teen! In between. Hi, welcome back to the page. So, you get this page every single time you are in between steps. So you can change what you want to be called. You can even change your names, your last name, or no, you can't change your last name. I lied. The thing is, there's a free, I call it tips. Can I see a Cove maker? Yes. After step 1, you can actually custom Cove. And there's a free DLC where you can have names. These are all the voiced names. Are any of the ones that I use on here? No. But I was kind of looking to see if there was Caroline. Got some, like, I kind of want to say weird ones, but they're not really that weird. You have V. They have V. But pretty much all of these are things that you can just change at any time that you want. I usually just leave it the same because... Okay. I can't love yet. Damn it. My food is here, lunch and a show. Ooh. Did you get pizza? Was pizza what you ordered? If you said it in chat. We'll just keep it as Crush. Oh, I can't really do anything with that. And then these are fine. Whatever. Yes. So here's the Cove's customization. They weren't, they were close, oh, okay. So you can customize his appearance and his actually personality. So when you get to these things and you want to custom both, you have to click both. You can't just click this and then hope that you come back to this menu. Ah. Alright, we're just gonna click both. Usually I don't change the personality. I just check to see what it is. There he is. Here is Teenage Cove. So, he's got two different hairstyles. He's got different glasses. I love him. You can change shirts, pants, bracelets. I want to tell him to go to his room. Necklace. He's got pajamas. I like that. And jackets. Done. Personalities 41. He's kind of going, so you can actually just change this. I kind of just went with what it gave me. So it gave me, he ended up being sporty and warm. Alright. August ended, summer began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to class. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't have been done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright. He kept his distance from the other kids. Is it same for everyone? Like the one. I believe with the system, it actually changes based on how you interact with it. I think the clothes kind of act a little the same way, but you can easily change those. I hear that they got rid of that system in the second game, and then they put in a little more in-depth new system. Since after I got the 18 plus DLC, I continued being part of the Patreon. So I got all the little like updates and whatever, and they were cool. Kept his distance from other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. And that was just fine. You felt for him the same way that you always had. Nothing changed. Except, as you got older, you were able to understand better exactly what those feelings had and still meant. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you were worried that meant bad news. It meant Mr. Holton cried, apparently. It made Mr. Holton cry, apparently. Then you found out what it meant. Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seems like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holton decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once, and he said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holton tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holton would volunteer you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and you suddenly were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. Toys and crayons that used to litter every free space of your room had been packed away somewhere and replaced with new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class 2 years in a row. Cove probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talk God damn it. With other kids and neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. Bye, Shiloh. He and his moms moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting before he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they never got any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house, and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays, and you were too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname, too, since she insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 were greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It was... God damn it, you're gonna make me say this last name. I don't know how to say this last name. Mr. was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed. In a small or big ways, you had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Here we go. Here's our new room. It was the first day of summer vacation. Well, what is it? 5 years have passed, Taro. It was the first... Kids grow up so dang fast. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specifically, you were snuggling up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake, about ready to head out to enjoy your time off. It was hot, but you still had a blanket over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want to intrude on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion from beneath the blanket. You heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. Go away. Pretend you're still asleep. You got up. You started to fake snoring loudly. This is exactly. You didn't get out of bed, but instead made some obnoxious, loud, totally phony sleep noises. It was pretty annoying, but she had bothered you first. Ugh, not funny. Get up now. I will come over there. Oh yeah, but here's Elizabeth. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your baby boyfriend is here and he wants to see you again like he does every day. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holton. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks, or whatever. You didn't like the way that she called him your baby boyfriend, but you knew by now that saying would not stop her.
Come on.
So calm down already. Be right there. Okay, fine. Really? That's great. I'm coming. I'll be there when I'm there. Great. Elizabeth said nothing else and left. Having done what was instructed of her, you rolled out of bed, stretched your arms high, yawning, time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. And here we go. You get to customize kind of what you look like. You have trouble getting her reflection to appear on the mirror and the mounted mirror on the frame. You're very short. This is Karo. Super short. You're pretty short. I'm average. And hi, Daro. How are you? Averagely short. Oh yeah, you're short. How dare! I've been lurking from the beginning. I fit. Cove was really tall. Derek was kind of short. You were pretty much the exact height of someone who you would expect from a 13-year-old. Multitasking. Yeah. Sweet. My brain is trying to think. Was it like 3 there, Daro? If I did that right. You liked your height, you weren't sure how you felt about it, or you were kind of self-conscious over it. Nearly 4. Yeah. I like my height. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while rummaging on... Is that what that says? The situation, careless as they had been. Elizabeth's words perked your curiosity. Have a lovely Jollibee. How dare you have lunch? She's having Jollibee. Leave her alone. You plan on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this works out in your favor. I'm coming back with food, no worries. Having a what now? A Jollibee. look forward to seeing. It was when you spot your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Step 2. Second chance. You spotted Mom first. Reclining on the couch, she held a magazine in her hands, which she perused through. "Morning, Mom." She looked up at your greeting and smiled instantly appeared on her face.
Thanks.
Look at our mom now. Good morning, Sophia. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house just as she said. Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
And there you go. There's Ma's purple hair. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward, and you knew that she was going to pat you on your head. Mom, sorry. Mom, sorry. Mom, sorry. She was taller than average, so you were little in her eyes despite being a typical size for your own age. You let her do it. You happily let her do it. You tilted your body aside to dodge. You pushed her hand back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and grumbled. Happily let her do it. Pet my head. That type of small affectionate exchange was nice. She placed a whole of her hand on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. I can't be tall and see. Hey, you get to choose your height. If you want to be ridiculously tall, Caro, do it. You're the last one down today. You know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was gonna stay longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. Uh-huh. What did we get? This morning. Life isn't a race. Funny. I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for something other than your own mother, though. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Look at this plushy boy! He leaned uncomfortably to the side of your doorway as his bushy hair covered part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment. As he shifted from one foot to another, he was holding what must have be much the talked about gift. Jesus. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at the showing. You couldn't imagine how many folks buying this sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. And the overtime brings up the show. That kind of arrangement was built for presentation, likely to impress whoever was eventually going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holton would keep going out of his way to be neighborly. To be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Cove sighed in relief at the sight of you. He must have been braving some embarrassment to get this far. That had clearly been what he was waiting for. Hi, Sophia. He broke eye contact, staring down at the ground, and said, Your heartbeat sped up. Being near him, you smiled back fondly. He always had this kind of effect on you. You couldn't help but think, ever since the two of you were kids. There was something about him that was just special in some strange and indescribable way. Hi. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, his voice changed. I mean, it's nice to see you too. Not that it's nice to see me. The both of you had a bit of a laugh, though your gazes still didn't meet again. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to enjoy each other's company and relish what you had together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his slightly when you took hold of the vase. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. With that, the gift was accepted. Here you go. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift, I think so anyway. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. Thank you. Thanks. You're too cute sometimes. I could be a fucking menace this entire route. We're doing it. I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all of this, okay? Alright. Mr. Holton's Cinderella! There's sometimes I'm so tempted, Daro, to click just Cinderella reward on your thing. Sundara. Fucking. I need some. Or. Oh, Karo. Later on in this whole thing. As your neighbor had. Mr. Holton's behavior was really different from any neighbor you had ever had. Though after 5 years, you're used to his antics, and you since made up your own mind what your opinion was. Are they gonna be dancing without leaving room for Jesus? There might, I think there is a dancing event in this one. What am I witnessing? He was nice, he was sort of funny, he was pretty weird, you didn't like him, he was great. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. You can't give me this option with these guys. Yep. He was great. Get the game, you can click that last option. It's free. Although there were some people didn't like about Mr. Holton, you didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! I'm assuming this is Derek. You shared a confused look with Cove as the both of you stepped through the open door into the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek. Just a few yards down the road, he ran up to you. You were happy to see the sight of him. You were confused at the sight of him. You were just pleased at the sight of him. It's Derek. It's fine. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. Young man, you need to cover up your face. Here you go. Here's Derek. Boys. So Derek is a dateable option in a DLC that is coming up that is not out yet. Young lady. After stopping a couple of steps away, Derek hunches over to catch his breath. He looks up with a wide grin. Do you not have gal pals? I have my cousin. Does that count?
Hey.
Guy and gal. Look how short he is. This is my character now. I'm the father. I was just at your house. Cove, there was no one there. Should have figured you'd be at Sophia's place. Now I think about it. I think this time in my life, I have the most female friends that I ever had. I don't know. Maybe. Do you ever spend time in your own house, or are you just always just there? No. Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was that he just actually laughed. He was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more, his eyes widened, and gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure, and then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holton's gift. Yeah, that's kind of what happened with me. A lot of it, I think, came with I grew up with mostly brothers, so I felt more comfortable with guys. This, it's kind of like a bouquet of flowers just made out of fruit.
Nice.
Can I have some? Sure, we can share. I haven't tried any yet. It's a gift from my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe you could have some later. It's fruit. I take the whole thing. For me, I just vibed with women more than... Well, yeah. Being raised by a single dad for the longest time. Yeah. Sure, we can share. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome. Hi, Angel. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's another kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was surprised as you were by the news. The sudden reaction made sense. No one around your age moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they're cutting through. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
I came here to report the sightings right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed to be really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked, slowly looking over at your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you got here. When you first got here, anyway. Kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond. A small smile played on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do that. Sure. I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned and then pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mysterious visitor was going in this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach. As a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in comfort silence. Ooh, this music. Work with me at this. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffed around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset. Suspense, yeah. But you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No. His erratic movements and scrunched up expression came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it was better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same way. He waved wildly and called out to the boy. Hey, guy, over here! Look at this cruddy little bitch! The kid whipped around. Nerd! An impressive scowl carved deeper into his face. His eyes were tired, but the strong, hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
Was it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's Sophia Cove, and we're walking around and saw you and wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ear, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid, of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
They were the ones who brought me. I didn't walk into this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird, too. When he comes for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. Why does Cove look sexy compared to the other boys? Because he's 40 and he's fit. Oh my god, wait until we get to the 4th step. Remain, Jeremy... I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for real vacation, probably, either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family is nearby. We just had to come to see them. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? I gotta drink water. Jeremy's voice. No. Jeremy crossed his arms in a huff. Turned away. What? Daddy? Are you stealing my boyfriend? You can't have my daughter. They should have gone by themselves, since they cared so much, and left me home, when I'm not allowed to be by myself. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. I am sorry. It must suck for you to be forced to do something you don't want to. We just came to say hello. You don't have to complain to us. Calm down. Why are you yelling so much? Or, who peed in your cereal this morning? We get some interactions with Jeremy and it's fucking hilarious. Pee. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Look at their fucking face! Jeremy's lips curled as his face contorted from anger to horror.
That's disgusting.
Why would you think of something like that? It's disgusting.
Sheesh.
It's an expression. You took a deep breath. You thought, that's my girl. You thought for one hopeful second that maybe he calms down. He did not. So what? You're putting it in people's heads. I don't want to have to think about it, and someone brainless might decide it's a good idea later. Or, good idea, and actually do it. There's some real stupids out in the world, you know? You're all living proof of that. Hey.
Hey!
We're not stupid. I'm smarter than you. Shut up. You first. You turned to Cove, lowered your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. He insulted my child. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though. because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove's cheek. He just insulted the wavy eyebrows. What a bitch. I'm sorry, I just keep laughing because just later on I know something with Jeremy. I'm just like. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment, anger, or maybe both. Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How could you say that when you have a bowl cut? Don't listen to them, they're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. The bowl cut. Cove smiled weakly.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, your eyebrows are so terrible. You rolled your eyes. You crossed your hands over your chest. You shook your head. You patted Cove on the shoulder. You lunged towards Jeremy. Or you grinned at all of this. Cove gave you a watery look in exchange for the silent support. Trying to talk to the rude boy clearly wasn't going anywhere. Wow. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Oh. Wow. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out of time, sulking away, throwing more sand elsewhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding. By the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay and flopped to the ground. You followed, and Cove did shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
This sucked. I was hoping we could meet someone fun and hang out, maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But, you know what could really improve today? That I have to go to the bathroom again? He insulted my child! Okay. Me back. What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arranged you were still holding. You had completely forgot about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must have wanted some too. I need to save it. Why not? Let's eat. Who cares if it was for the family? It's mine now. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruit. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. You took a pineapple skewer, you took grape, you took strawberry, or you took melon. Melon! The melon was cut to look like a star. It was obvious the first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. That was amazing.
It's nice.
It tastes pretty nice, this fruit kebab thing. It was fun. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thing makes me think of that. The dinosaurs all like leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chomping leaves look so delicious when they did that. There was a scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off of them until there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I love that movie. I've never seen it. Wolfie! The ones. Never seen it. Didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves look good. Should I worry for you? Do you think? The things taste better. They're shaped like stars. Me too. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was bare, which it looked weird when it's devoid of fruit. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. It helped make you feel better. Eating all of it hadn't really made you feel better. Oops.
Oops.
Really? You couldn't stop yourself from the sight of the boys. You just wanted to eat some and have a nice time, and now you were probably going to get in trouble. You only accepted it now, though. Hey, Sophia. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually.
So...
That's pretty cool, what you said back at that guy. Oh, thanks. I was just saying what I thought. Who pissed in your cereal this morning? Derek chimed in while in high spirits. You totally owned him, and I don't know what his parents said, but it was good at least somebody is around to tell him what's what. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms, contemplating the sky with a content sigh. So, both of you ready for summer break? Yeah? No. I'm not sure. Are you? How's someone supposed to be ready for summer break? Yeah. Cool on you. I wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think it depends. Proud Papa. Before you can say anything, the light atmosphere was shattered. Oh, here we go.
Hey!
Sophia! You glance over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, and appearing none too pleased. I've been looking for you, looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holton brought us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zoned in on the bouquet in your hand, which was now populated exclusively by skewers and dripping in juice and tiny flakes of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open. The tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Sophia? What were you thinking? That was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continually mocking. Even if you are the most important person in the household to deliver to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everyone was in the mood to tease you and Cove today. Cove's cheeks became a couple shades redder, but he didn't deny the execution. He couldn't. Everyone knew the two of you gave each other special priority. Sorry, Elizabeth. Get over it. Well, the morning was kind of a disaster. We're hungry. It wasn't us. A seagull came down and ate it all when we weren't looking. Well, the morning was kind of a disaster. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not all places. Oh no. Oh. Scared. Oh no. I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly to take the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but sent you a look from over your shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. You ran, you stayed. I ran. Bye, bitch! Without a word, you two got to your feet, bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Ugh.
So immature.
She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothered whatsoever to follow. Alright, night, Darrow. Have a good night. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped! Shall live another day. Exactly, but should we keep moving? Yeah, for now at least. Victory! For now at least. I still have to face Elizabeth when I go back home. You chuckled together and walked down further the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. You had gotten a bit of a scolding from your moms for not saving any Mr. Fulton's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, you were out with the boys. Elizabeth returned home to share the news, and the three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared, even by your parents when everyone got back, that the event was settled. That was a while ago now. Alright. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. Speaking of dessert. Ooh. What's dessert, Caro? You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically... Ooh, ice cream! I think I still have green tea ice cream in my freezer. It's stupid hot today. It's supposed to be warm tomorrow. If it's Caro, I'm going to guess mint. Specifically from your cousin, Leandra, you didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, your aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Sadly, now we have dark chocolate. Ooh, still good. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, they thought they moved and were closer to you than ever before, and you now hung out regularly. With school being out, you were positive she wanted to come over a lot. The two of you are the same age and got along well. She used to be fond of Elizabeth, too, but now your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family. It tends to be just you and Lee who spend time together. We wolfed down the Mitz ice cream last week. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped you make you close, but you had a lot of yeah. You weren't all that close with any other girls your age. But you had plenty of other friends, but you didn't really have any other friends. Do I go positive? Because if we're talking middle school, Ma always said the quality is more important than the quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless you thought that you had with Lee was good. The shrill ringtone announced the incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Lee, finally. Who is it? Layton's residence. Sophia speaking. Or, hello. Where's the yellow? I'm pretty sure it's Lee, but... You were greeted by a distort, high-pitched giggle.
What?
Oh god. The voices are gonna be... Why do you sound so weird? My mom answers the phone like that sometimes. It's supposed to be polite. You should just go with hi. That sounds like a robot would say. There was static on the end as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. I like Lee. She's cute. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which is why you had been sitting, cradling, waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. You thought it made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. No, it makes sense. It was nice that everything had its proper place. But now that Lee had called, it's okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made up your mind. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you, and you took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She didn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all to their own seemed believable to you. Right? I wish I had one too. But my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I was more grown up. I wish they changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great. But wouldn't I still be using the home phone? Too bad it's so far away. My moms would be able to stop us if they wanted. Lee laughed. You didn't put a damper on her imagination.
Oh.
Oh? Then you have your own phone too. That works. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I am all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulders and your ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think the time when normal school would be over and you would have to choose whether you go to college, whether or not you go to college. School was such a big part of your life now. Studying didn't come easy to you, but you tried hard. You worked as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't even bother at all in school, and your grades reflect that. Everything in classes came easy to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. To be honest, I was only bad at math. Math and art. You sucked up information as natural as a sponge absorbs water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. You felt a lot of pressure to maintain your grades, maintain the high grades you had last year. You hoped to do well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You are confident your grades would remain the same. You had no plans of getting excellent scores. Yeah. You definitely could keep the streak going. Yeah. Alright, You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. He groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Looking forward to going back. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's awful. I hate going. Come on, it's too scary not to think about it.
Yeah.
Everyone in class would sign it, and maybe some teachers too. Though, I guess school isn't all that bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning things can be cool. Gym was pretty great though. It was the easiest way to hang out with people not in your neighborhood. Cafeteria lunches at my school could be better. If they had any right to be, there's nothing good about school. Gym class is pretty great. I just wish everyone did okay with how they talk things, not just some people.
Me too.
Gym's pretty great. There's all sorts of sports stuff during gym. Oh yeah, it could be fun sometimes. I'm guessing Lee's not very sporty. It's the easiest way. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet new people. No one ever comes here. The cafeteria lunches at school could be better if they had any right to be. Lucky, mine's boring. But that's all. But that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, points taken. Point taken.
All right.
Now, I'd agree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about the summer first. We start plotting the rest of our lives. We got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What? Something you want to do? First thing that comes to your head? Spend time with people? I gotta get new art supplies, reading. Gotta catch up on movies and TV. Probably spend time at the beach. I don't do anything else. It's vacation. I could have guessed that one. Leaning back in your bed, settling in, you continue to chat with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, and you're seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. This reminds me, I used to do this all the time with my cousin. For one, the events of the day, you sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, in your neighborhood? His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Creepy? Mean? Weird? Kinda interesting. He acted so upset about every small thing. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away even before meeting him? What? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You practically give all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. You got me. Yeah, that's a special case. I don't give all my attention to him. You weren't able to say anything to that. Carl, this would be me. This is just me at any time. You got me. Yeah. Lee laughed at your affirmation, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. Oh. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. Flung open the door, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you gonna hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged at her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go, see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you said goodbye to Lee. Sorry for being so long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. Gotta go.
Bye.
Okay, see you. Tell Elizabeth and your mom to say hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the headset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of her room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was all that was left in its wake. That was one way to end your day, the first day of summer break. You guys are ready for this? Don't tell Daddy Caro. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside. You had laid in bed awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you only saw the moon and open sky. You were scared, confused, annoyed, curious. What caused the noise? Cocking your head, you sat up, moving closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze met a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove. You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others. So in theory, wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because someone could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out. His arms were flexing with effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved to you from the other side of the glass. You hurried and opened your window. I got a late night visitor. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside.
Hey.
Hi, Sophia. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? This is a surprise, you're always welcome. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing, my dreams may have Your dreams have come true. Yes! What's up, Romeo? What are you talking about? You don't see anything, Caro. Young lady, is there a boy in your bedroom? No. I know it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered, and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. I leave to get some ice cream and I find out I'm gonna be a grandpa! Well, besides, with you, I mean, but that's why I did that. Was unexpected as this was, your touch, Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very crossed. Dad was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrow. Cove was eavesdropping on his parents' phone conversation. You shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping is bad. If I would have done that, you didn't comment on him eavesdropping. There were other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was set off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened, varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving, you missed seeing him those weeks, and you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they're saying. My dad's asking my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complex mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him to come. She come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. Kara's gonna be... Nani? Over the years. He tells you about past memories or what happened when he visited her. Still, there's one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him as he paced across your room, his features panicked with dread. Before, they barely stayed in the same room long enough to have lunch. And now they're going to be... Oh shoot, this is Cove talking. And now we're going to be all together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy that they can talk to each other now. But I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Sophia, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. This is hard to deal with. We can deal with it. I'm sorry, Cove, but you know I'm here for you. Well, that's a lot. Or you didn't know what to say. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That made me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You woke up eager for summer vacation. Now things seem so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holton's gift, the new addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all wasn't enough, now Cove's mom will be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that. It seems complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Sophia. The sound of your name said quietly pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. You meant it. Yeah, I'm okay. You didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone. Shh, Karo, he's just emotional. You knew some things were still good. Cove grinned, reassured. It was small but delicate, and you knew it was genuine. The moonlight from outside casted a shadow across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with a smile. Emotions can lead to stuff. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line and rubbing his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer? Just doing something else? He appeared equally parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? You can stay the night, but we shouldn't make a habit out of this. I got a flashlight and some cards. You in? Of course. You can always stay here, Ko. Shh. No one tell Karo. You held his gaze confident, hoping your words got across to him. Ko perked up at your response. A smile appeared on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight, somewhat. You still had a lot of worries, but you're glad he's here. Not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you never wanted to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. it's like freaking out. Little world. You fit into it like a missing piece of a puzzle, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You join Cove on your bed. Kara, we're not doing anything. Taking a seat across from him, he smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted, and he was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what was about to happen. You smiled gently at him. You put a hand on his shoulder. You patted his back. You hugged him. You took his hand in yours, or you nudged him with your foot. I'm surprised Kalo hasn't responded to any of this. Say so. What are you talking? I don't know if I want to hug him or take his hand. I know, right? You moved closer and you wrapped your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove rose up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained. Who's hugging my boy? Get out here, he's fine. I'm playing the game. Go get the game yourself. The two of you remained like. Who's hugging my dog? Remained like that for some time. He must have mumbled something to you, but it was all too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened more into something more natural. The conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come in when life decided the two of you would have to part ways. And you knew Cove felt the same. I'm going to finish the prologue and then probably end stream. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjust to the bright light that was streaming through your window, warming your pale skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sidelight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had creeped through your window during the night, and the two of you had spent time together trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wonder how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instant recognizable mop of green pale hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still there in the morning. Cove! You laughed out loud, you jumped out of bed, you froze. I'm not screaming! The parents will hear. You froze. Your muscles refused to move an inch, and your eyes widened as you stared at Cove's sleeping form in absolute shock. If your moms found out that he slept here the entire night, both of you would be in big, big trouble. Realizing that you need to get Cove out here before your moms, or Elizabeth walk in and found him, you're willing your body to get a move on, swinging your legs over to the side of the bed. You whisper in his ear, you shook his shoulder, you poked him in the face, you tug his hair, or you throw a pillow at him. Cove, wake up! You whispered his name softly, but urgently. His eyes snapped open as he woke up with a start. You scramble out of the way as he abruptly jumped to his feet before almost losing his balance and falling back down. He recovered just as quickly as he faced you indigenously.
Hey!
What was that for? Shh! What? The situation dawned on him, too, before he could even finish the word. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes groaned in panic as he thought he could hear settling in his mind.
Oh my god!
I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses. Right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely, and the atmosphere was still frazzled. It'll be alright, we're gonna be in so much trouble. Just calm down, settle down before moms hear you. You didn't say anything. It's gonna be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would hear about it already. Oh my god, you're in... Shh. You only get in trouble if you're caught. Cove nodded, his shoulders tense as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair experientially. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this played out, but hoped that it was true. Alright, right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped in a tight embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks, again. You're a good friend, Sophia. A really good friend. Good friend. Sure. He friendly whispered the words on top of your shoulder and made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he climbed up your bed, opened the window, a cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with a salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. You wished him luck. You rallied him to keep going. You suggested you sneak out the door. You wished him to hurry up. You wished him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other one with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try to keep watching. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down on top of the garage and then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. Threw you a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stop, disappearing behind the other side of the building. You admitted that you were impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seamlessly so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there's nothing more you can do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. Certainly, check yourself in the mirror. Sorry, I didn't think that. Boop. Put on your slippers, check yourself in the mirror. You made your bed or you just left. You certainly look like you just woken up with your white hair sticking up all over the place. Taking a comb from your bedside, you attempt to fix and smooth down some of the messy strands. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face to look into the look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't have been too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, her lips pursed together even tighter. Sophia. You shrugged it off. You planned. Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry. You excitedly blurted it out. You folded. Wouldn't you like to know?
Duh.
I would, that's why I asked. You shrugged non-committally, determined not to tell her a thing. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled your eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful as she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace alone. Both your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had served you a serving from food from breakfast that they made: hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and a few sausage links. You took a bit of everything. You passed on some bits because they weren't what you like. You passed on some bits because you were trying to avoid meat. You passed on some bits because you were trying to avoid animal products. It was tasty. You appreciate that there are variety in your meals your mom's made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pull up open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. You had decided to head outdoors to find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you headed out your front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he left this morning. You couldn't help but think what happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or call him to check in? You stepped out your house, still stuck in internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Oh! Who's ready for mommy? Because I'm pretty sure this is her. I'm kidding. Actually, they know me. Nope, this is her.
Hi.
Oh god! I don't know what voice to give her. Oh well, I'll just do whatever. Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country clubs your mom took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you would stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Here you go. Oops. I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I heard about you, but I have no idea. But you have no idea who I am, do you? Yeah. You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkling ocean blue eyes, and all of a sudden she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point to the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner now that you had gotten a good look at her. She seemed nice, she seemed sort of strange, looked really young. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. She felt different to Cove. She was super pretty. She was super pretty. This beautiful lady was Cove's mom? Wow. No matter your thoughts on her, still taken aback that she appeared so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't got the impression that it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets tinkling from her wrist. I'm Kyra Pierce? You can call me Kyra. You shook her hand? You didn't shake your hand. I shook her hand. You reached down and took her hand. She took yours firmly and grinning wide. I'm Sophia, but you already knew that.
That I do.
Cove mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What did Cove say about me? Who is the person I'm seeing? Cove's mom. It's nice to meet you too. I've done this option. She won't tell you anything. Nice to meet you too. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkled at the corners. Cove! The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attention, and when you turned towards the sound, I'm humming now. Turned towards the sound to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the shorter side for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eyes as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road, looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must have felt pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading to town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Sophia. I would love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a plead in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that.
Any whoosies.
It gives me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on the street for the time being. Any whoosie, let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house as you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her. I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us, not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know that you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up he didn't even notice. I thought I heard them on the phone last night I thought it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed even heavier. I'll go with you if you want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxed a little in relief. Thanks, that would be cool. The two of you head over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, and her eyebrows lifted in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realize that, like you, she had no idea it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, blinking at the woman a couple of times, looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm... Pamela?
I see.
I see you've met my kid, Sophia. I guess you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed. You, Cove, exchanged a look at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Pierce, Cove's mom. Nice to meet you. Mommy! A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Mom popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. You have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hello, Sophia and Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly. She gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use to hanging around the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat. I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by anytime.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Wouldn't you mind if Sophia went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. You gave your mom a look. She smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. Yeah. You were annoyed that they agreed to let you go. Yeah. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Okay. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up into the street, the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in a taxi not too far from here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kyra put her hands on her hip and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like an area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Sophia? Want me to point me in the right direction? You shrugged. Not really. Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You nodded. You've been a lot of places in town. There are a couple of places that stood out from the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant me and my family go to all the time. It's Mom's favorite. There's a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it up to you to pick for us, since Cove's gonna go through a phase over there. Oh wow. He huffed at her and turned his face away. It's okay, Cove. Tell us which one you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. Haha, I have trained this boy. He's mine. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for, too. 2 votes in favor of one restaurant. It seems to be settled. We can go there.
Thank you.
Sophia. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes along the way. Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area, and Cove was quiet for the most of it, so you end up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but you luckily were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked one diagonal to her. Not facing her or to the side, it was really awkward. There you are, Kalo! We've been waiting for you. Here's her full glory. And passed out. You missed Cove sneaking into my room. Oh. Let's see, to start, what would you like to drink? Not evil. I like an orange soda.
Noted.
Sophia? Look, there's milk! Milk! You have to choose milk. Oh well! Which type? It's your brand! Chocolate, strawberry, or soy. There's no banana! No! No! Just give me plain. Oh. Sure. There's no banana milk. I miss getting banana milk. Kyra placed an order for your drinks, getting a black coffee for herself. It didn't take long before they brought it to your table and set it in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as looking around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something slightly different. This time. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouraging for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals were ordered and menus were taken away. You glanced at the table's surface, waiting to figure out what to say. I hate that, when you're just sitting at a restaurant and, like, no one's talking and you're just like, conversation? This happened the most with my dad because phones weren't allowed. So we would all just sit there in silence. And I'm like, how awkward is this? Cove sunk back further into his seat, avoiding eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were ignorable. Instead of asking more open questions, he brushed off. Kyra had mercy on her son, instead putting her focus towards you.
So?
Sophia, what's a few things you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in schoolwork assignments. I like to read. I like to watch. Games are pretty fun. I like to play. I like to hang out with people. I like to go to the beach. And I'm into sports like music. I like to spend time on art. I write things. I still spend time studying. Fashion. I'm really into Cove. I like to read. Fiction. Manga. I haven't heard that style. I'm sure it's very good. Just admit you're into Cove. I'll get to that. I like fiction novels. Me too. Nothing beats curling up with a good book. Comic books. Just like Cove's daddy back in the day. And I like to watch people. There. Games are fun. I like to play board games. That's great. We should all play a game together sometime. Video games? I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. Card games. I like card games too. Maybe we all can play together sometime. And I like going to the beach, building sandcastles. That sounds like a lot of fun. Swim. You must be a strong swimmer. No, I'm actually not. Since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I like to dip my toes sometimes. Look for seashells. I keep the best ones I find for my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. Walk along the shore. A lot of these you just can keep watching your son. It's a nice way to relax. I hope to be able to... They held hands, hugged, so much good. Hope now should be able to spend time on the shore while I'm here myself. We're skipping surfing for a reason. Hang out with people. I'm into sports like this. Type in your own sport. All of them. Watching tennis. I used to play tennis when I was younger. I haven't played anything in a long time. Maybe after all these years I might pick up a racket and we can play together sometime. Sure, but I'm shit at it. Music. I played the violin for a short period of time. It's a beautiful instrument. I like to listen to a lot of it. I have an MP3 player at home that Mom helps me put music on, and I have seen some concerts. I have not seen any concerts. I think it's very butt hugging. I like to spend time on art. I like to draw. Filled out a lot of sketchbooks, painting. I enjoy painting from time to time too, but I can't say I'm any good about it. Sculpting. I have sculpt. We learned how to make clay sculptures at school, and I love doing that ever since. Digitally. My computer at home doesn't really have all the programs I need. Nah. I like to write. Fellow writer. Writing is a great form of expression, don't you think? I'm shit at it. Hello, welcome to all my hobbies where I picked up through the years. Sighs wistfully as your eyes go soft. Screw fashion. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? I'm really into Cove. Kyra let out a sudden laugh, and Cove gasped beside you. It was so dramatic enough to inhale that he almost choked on his soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was truthful answer to the question. Sophia! Cove whispered at you, disappointed awkwardly obscuring part of his face with a hand. Only Kyra waved him off, encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Kyra smelled. Kyra smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at the moment. You didn't like anything else. Thanks. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves details out. So, what exactly did Cove say about me? Kyra laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all this way to embarrass my son too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again as you glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her. You were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. No. What do you like doing? What do you like to do? Spending time with my little boy, of course. And traveling. A real shock, huh? Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Are you in a new relationship? I'm not asking this. Yeah, like... It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. So nosy. I know! Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with a furrowed brow. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along ended up making the lunch better or worse. I love it. You made a silly face at him. You smiled. You gave him a sympathetic look, or you flicked his straw wrapper at him. You left him alone. Troopy choice. Yeah. Hitting the wrapper hit Cove on the nose, and you bite down on your lip to keep from laughing. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile that made you feel a little lighter inside.
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hand and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Oh, Mom, why did you have to say that? You felt bothered too, you blushed. Thanks, we're cute. Or you laughed. Very. Be cool. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Alright, now that we're full and content, can you please explain why you had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I hadn't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thought that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, and that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Cove's eyes began to shake. His frustration is, I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it would be like this. It's not the same. Nobody said anything.
I see.
Her expression grew tense. The thread of her fingers together placed her hands in front of her on the table. We both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford. Until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more that they stay the same. They let out identical sighs. Both smiled weak at one another. Ain't that a lyric? Sure. Smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He sincerely pondered the option.
I mean...
I think I do want you to stay. I missed it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap and grabbed his face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. The sweet young man needs to be smushed by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kyra was completely enthused by Ko's admission. The tone of the seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too?
No!
Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Sophia. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what says neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom! No! She ruffled his hair with a laugh and then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. That's how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant, Kyra had paid the bill and you had walked back to your neighborhood slowly. Adam, don't encourage this. You had eaten so much by the time you were beginning to feel sleepy, and it didn't help that lunch had happened late and the sun was beginning to descend from the sky. Hey! Here's grown up, Mr. Halton. But eventually, his hair! But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet you, your group upon arrival. Farewell. Welcome back, family, and Sophia too.
Huh.
Cliff. Dad. The two of them walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he expected you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Sophia. You too, Mr. Halton. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. The summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience, not for you and Cove, but both your families. A dull moment was rarely had. Alright. So these are the little moments we have. We're going to have wave, growing, family, dinner, road trip, mall, birthday, summer work, escape, and soiree. But I'm going to end it there, and I have somehow almost have streamed 4 hours. Wow. Pro streamer. Yeah. But thank you all for coming. Should we raid? I don't know who to raid. Creepy Carrie? Is she on? Creepy. Oh. But yeah, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for putting up with my crappy reading. But yeah. Hope the stream went well. Yeah, it did. Now I'm gonna go sleep. And reading. But yeah, thank you all. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Bye!